Test, 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 test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Maybe bring that a bit closer then. How's that sound? Oh, had a little beep off my camera. Not sure what that's all about.
Unfortunately, that isn't a supported function. I'll keep learning.
Bugger off, Bixby. Honestly. Hi there, welcome to Number One Geekies. I'm Saz, and we're here with some, well, some painting. So let me move that over. So I've got. Actually, what I want to do is just do that. Oh no, I need to open another one first, and then just do a single tab. Sorry, still organising myself. Just had to get my daughter to sleep as I usually do, and let's bring up medieval colours here. There we go. So we've got very soft tones, greys and so forth. Right, so as you can see, I have my large group of miniatures here. And what we're going to do is we have 30, maybe if I put it up to this one. They've all been primed, basically. There's a little bit of buff on the bottom, but we can sort that out, it's no problem. And obviously we've got still some more of the miniatures here. Might do, just let me turn this back on. But nothing ever stopped me from dusting off my shoes. You might think you'll see me falling to the ground, but I threw up a little bit better. When rain stops hitting down. On a bad day, on a good day, I don't need no sunshine, 'cause I'm dancing with the okay, that should be about enough. Yeah, we should be able to see that. Make sure I've got my glasses. Now, I use like reading glasses instead of like magnifying glasses and stuff like that to help me see. Might need a cleaner. And I don't know if you can see it. I might see if I can move it in. I've got my little paint maneuver. Just a little bit further over there. There's my paint maneuver. Okay. Right, as usual, let me know if there's a problem or if something needs changing, or if I need discipline or something. I don't know. Also, you can't see as well is my wet palette. Here, in fact, what I might do is move that over to. Ooh, not that one. And you should be able to see the wet palette there, so I'll try to keep that. And maybe my choice of brushes as well. So I'm using synthetic brushes at the moment, but I have bought some proper sable ones recently. It'd be nice to actually see what the difference is. Oh, I can see that really well now. Okay, so all I'm going to do right now is grab myself some of the bone white. This is a game colour by Vallejo. No, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's give it a mix first.
You may hear a little bit of a buzz. Now what that's actually used for is like mixing chemicals and stuff like that. It's only 30 quid and it makes a very good thing for painting or mixing paints and stuff.
You better get it going, tonight.
Also, having myself a nice glass of wine while we do it.
Like I did every time.
Right, so
Straight to the bucket list. You need to get all the things done. There's no time for sleep. Get away, fulfill our dreams today. We all need to go.
most shirts, from what I understood in medieval times, tended to be kind of whitish, like an off-white, because they didn't know how to dye clothes as well as they used to, or we now, I mean, there's lots of synthetic dyes and stuff now, but obviously
No need to stop, move ahead and get going today.
they had to use natural products to dye their stuff.
Don't wanna miss a thing at all.
I'm trying to work out if it, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just go over it again, because double painting, I'll probably have to go over the some of the mistakes that have been made. So can I move that a bit closer there? Oh, no, that's coming off. Whoop. I guess you'll have to see the bottom end of my big fat tummy.
Live your dreams and skip the end. People want it and should not pretend. You live your dreams and skip the end. Just go. So just go away. Fulfill our dreams today. We all need to go.
Oops. Mistakes aren't that much of an issue right now. So, and so today was the day that Meatloaf died. It's a shame for old rock and roll fans. Old Rocksteady Eddie himself. Now, I'm not one of these people that kind of defines what paint is good and what paint is bad and stuff like that. I just use what I use effectively, whatever's cheap, which is why I don't use Games Workshop, because Games Workshop's not really that cheap, and they've not been as good as they ever used to be. Back in the 80s, I had to throw out an old set of acrylic paints. Right, that's our first one done. So I'm going to second one here. So I'll put her there, so you can see that she's done. It's not the best working environment, I must admit, but, you know. So these are actually the last of my Black Plague miniatures. What I intend to do, because I've realised something about, that was actually what I was going to talk about, was about the Army Painter spray-on primer, which is what I've used here. I've used the Necrotic Flesh Tone Spray Primer for these things. The only issue is that you can't do a few. You kind of have to do a load and get your money's worth out of the tin from the first use. As I found that after a couple of uses, the tins tend to lose their spray power, or they just get so gummed up that they're just about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Still need to get this back, don't I? Come on. Move on, look at Saz's stomach. I might do actually. I might move the screen to there so I can actually see what's going in my right in front of me. I'm having to look left all the time. Now, one of the reasons why I use my Samsung Galaxy S21 as a camera and use Droid OBS to stream it into OBS is effectively because that camera can stream in 8K. It can't do it with Droid OBS, but it's my now good go-to you know, facial talent camera, which I do for my unboxings and stuff. But also, you can zoom in with it. Okay, that's her done. Have a quick swig of wine. I'll look at my belly. Next miniature. Now, I know a lot of people, I've noticed, tend to hold their brushes like this, but I can't do that. What I use is to use my little finger to hold onto the miniature. Just paint from there. Okay. So I'm just going all shirts at the moment, get the white out of the way. Leave that running right out. This is the thing about painting armies, I suppose, is you have to get used to a lot of repetition. That's why I kind of like to put in a little bits of differences. Now, I apologise that the camera keeps shaking there. I do seem to accidentally knock it as I go past with my brush. Try my best not to keep doing that. It's gone on a little bit thick, so let me just see if I can move some of the paint around. Alright, this next one done. So yeah, I'm going to try and keep a little bit more consistency with this one, rather than go, you know, wild whack with the colours like I did last time. In the meantime, as my epidemic sound contract has been renewed for next year, please feel free to enjoy the fruits of that rather expensive bill. See, the amount of money I put into this, you know, YouTube stuff, I think I'm certainly not making any money out of it. I mean, I was when I was doing YouTube, Twitch. But Twitch is one of those things where you just get depressed with very, very quickly. Because you are literally a small fish in a very big pond. And unless you're exceptionally lucky, exceptionally attractive, or just have big tits, you're not really going to get too far. I mean, I think kind of what really got it for me was someone like, oh, I've forgotten what her name is now. Sounds like Pokemon, whatever her name is. Pokemon, I think it was, or something like that. And what I read recently was that she was literally spending her time watching MasterChef. And she was earning basically revenue off her basically sitting there eating food and watching a TV program that wasn't even her copyrighted material. You know, when you, as much as I dislike people, you know, I'll watch these shit channels. There's at least some of them have kind of the decorum to actually watch other people's content, and that in a small way, not a massive way, but in a small way helps to at least give the original content maker a certain shout out, because you know that means that you're reviewing, I suppose, other people's content on YouTube, and so I don't really have that much of an issue on that sort of thing. You know, what YouTubers watching other YouTubers stuff. But when it starts coming to, you know, like copyrighted material, I mean, there's a lot of Americans that do tend to have this kind of like attitude of, yeah, well, I'm just reacting to British TV sort of thing, or excerpts from British TV that's been found on YouTube itself. Which I suppose in one way is kind of not the terriblest thing in the world, because somebody else has broken the copyright, or it is something that, you know, like a channel has actually put out for people. Alright, have a look at this guy. Man, I missed some serious detail off some of these. Yeah, these all seem to be the same models, to be fair. Now, the reason I've got my wet palette is generally because I like to squeeze out a load of paint, and I don't tend to be sparing, and usually by the time I've finished like 2 or 3 models, the paint is all dried. Now with the wet palette that doesn't happen. Now I won't go too much into what a wet palette does. It's just basically just like a water on like a tracing paper sort of thing, but effectively it keeps the paint from drying out quickly. And for me and my clumsy fingers, when it comes to squeezing out these bottles, it's quite good, because it means that I can, you know, if I don't use it, especially with this bone white that I'm using for the kind of like the off-white colour of the material, I can also use it as a mixer for creating a lighter shade. Now, the thing about, say, army painters, they tend to have a lot of their colours that are designed to be mix and matched, so to speak. So there's a good chance that you're going to end up being able to have the light tone, but with something like Vallejo, their stuff is cheap, but you don't tend to, you kind of get generic colours sort of thing, or you know, specific stuff. I mean, obviously, absolutely no issue against Vallejo, because Vallejo makes some pretty good paints. Because this is Vallejo bone white anyway that I'm using right now, so I'm not criticising them. As I said, the only colours that I don't use are Citadel colours. I think I've given them enough of my money over a period of time. And don't forget, I'm 45, and I learned about the travesty of giving your money to Games Workshop when I was about 16. So yeah, it's the same thing with EA games. I don't care how good the game is. If it's an EA game, I ain't spending the money on it. Now, I don't think that they should get my money at all because of their attitude to players, games, the whole gaming industry itself. Well, I suppose the good news at the moment with the gaming industry is that Bobby Kotick is out now. Microsoft will be taking over. Honestly, don't know how they breed that sort of behaviour that was going on at Blizzard. I mean, having a what's his name, Bill Cosby room was just disgusting. I mean, that's kind of speaking from a father's perspective, really. Just knowing that, you know, this is someone's daughter you're making jokes about. I must admit, I do prefer this model. Not because she's like a busty wench sort of model, it's more to do with the fact I get more... it just seems a little bit more medieval appropriate. Because you kind of think the corsets in those days were probably meant as like support for ladies' breasts. I wonder when the bra was actually invented. That's a good question. So, Alexa, when was the bra invented? Alexa, stop. No, it thought I meant the bride from Kill Bill. Honestly. If any of you guys have got access to Google or something like that and want to let me know, I'd be quite interested. It's 1940s at least, because I know, you know, underwear wasn't a thing in Japan before, obviously, the end of the Second World War. And it became why Japanese have kind of like a little bit of a underwear fantasy, allegedly. I cannot confirm nor deny the verification of the truth of that particular snippet of information, but apparently it's true. Allegedly. Now, when I did some work at a solicitor's for a while, and they told me that if you ever want to say something and not get sued for it, use the term allegedly. You're the ones without prejudice. Which means I'm not judging you, mate. Okay. Let's have another quick swig away. Just trying to throw a little bit of variety into this character. I seem to be doing a lot of sleeves at the moment. Okay, it's fairly simple. Now, I do have some fun miniatures to paint today. So I'm just trying to get past some of the basic stuff that I need to do before we do start getting onto the fun bits. But this is the meat and potatoes of the work. You've got to get the basic colour on first before you start making it look sexy. And the amount of miniatures I've got to go through is just ridiculous. So I've been trying to lessen my cupboard of shame as best as I can. But I will be starting on my Zombicide 2, but I might actually make that like a video. Rather than do it live stream. Just so that I have a bit more control over what can be seen. Be a nice continuation to the unboxing video that I did. Right. Okay. And the rest of them are runners, so I just want to have a quick look at the fatties as a. I'm going to actually just do his trousers here in. I'll need to. Have a butcher's hook, as they say.
Deep end, we're alive, living life underwater. Let's spend all we've got getting buzzed. You pretend you're a god, I believe I'm a soldier. We play hide and seek till you draw. Love ain't got nothing on me, bad boy. Running, I catch you on my own, boy. The love ain't got nothing on me, bad boy. I'm crazy, playing I own it because Venus is my mother.
Right.
I've got my girls for life. Freedom is
We've got a nice little coat on those. Right, I'm just having a quick look. Just I do have a hook tip on this thing, which is a bit of an issue, but I have to get on with it. Right, So I want to have a quick butcher's at put my glasses down for a second. Oh, there we go. So reds, kind of greys. All right, okay, that's good news. Apparently, it's I'm actually using the same colour. That's quite useful to know. I'm going a little bit thick on the paint around this end because this is where the so a lot of the thing is that most of the actual thing is going to stay like the white colour just for like their outfit, and then a lot of the colours around have been changed, which is okay. I can live with that. I mean, other people have done different versions of it all, but you know, it's quite weird just how fiddly having to paint something that's we'd kind of think was quite easy to paint because it's so large, but the problem in large models is that they tend to take a little bit more time with the details and the crevices and the stuff, so because this model's not that brilliantly covered, I may end up having to knock a few other coats on this. the axe. Okay. So mistakes have been made so far. And I see a cat looming. I'm wondering if he's going to try jump up, which is going to be a bit of a nightmare for me. Because he's got nowhere to jump up to. So there could be some shouting going on here. This music's quite perfect for zombie music, isn't it? Get down! Get down! Or get out the way. One or the other. There you go. Thank you. I suspect he wants feeding, so just finish this miniature off and I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. What I might actually do is I might just go over some of the detail and then redo it. Just gives an extra layer, doesn't it, of protection, I would have thought. Can worry about a lot of the other details a bit later, I suppose. Okay. I think with that kind of pretty much done, I'm just going to quickly go see about my cat so he doesn't keep trying to jump up. Maybe have a quick bio break or something. Okay, so just a quick brush down there. Go on then, cat. Let's sort you out. Back in a second, guys. So that's one less distraction. Now we've got a fed cat. There's my feet. So that's quite interesting. Oh, hello, Borden Donna. Welcome to the on stream. Sorry, I'd got the thing over because I was looking at the fatties, how to paint them, sort of thing. So I just want to work out which one's which. So these bad boys here will probably be a little bit easier, but they are. Okay. Let me have a quick look. Where's my... So right now we've kind of got the white on there. So these type of zombies, we're going to carry on making sure there's white all over these. That's not the right one, is it? So I'll put that one, that one, that one, that one. These two, because these ones look like they've got some leather. Seem to have leather on there, but their arms actually might be different. So what we might do is actually paint their arms. But let's get these big boys sorted first. Oh, need my glasses. Where have I popped them? Of course, I put them down somewhere. You can't find them now. Ah, there they are. Been quite generous with the paint because there are parts of this stuff that doesn't have anything. I mean, there'll be a nice coat of matte varnish going over the top of this, but I just want to make sure that no mistakes. Scratched paint will come off, so we'll get a nice and thick coat on the parts of the model that haven't quite received the army paint. Now this is actually one of the victims of the thing that I was talking about earlier. I'm going to actually forget about that and just do that as a... always do a little bit of variation. Yeah, with the army spray paints, if you don't use them all in one go, then they're going to end up blocking on you or losing their potential power. So what I intend to do is once I finish these off, well, before I finish these off, to be fair, because I'll need to get the paints done. I open a new tin. I bought a new tin of the stuff, and I'll be spraying all the models, the zombie models, from the new Zombicide 2 set that I got for the Kickstarter. As I said, I want to do a YouTube paint session. That's going to be like recorded video rather than something live stream like this. Not like I just like doing this, because hopefully you get as much relaxation and fun out of it than I do. And of course, if you're feeling chatty, you can talk to me, or just give me suggestions, or let me know if there's another Zombicide set you want me to have a look at, because I still have all the old ones that I haven't painted, and I've got Massive Darkness, and of course the Cowboy Zombicide has done that, and of course, because they want my money so badly, they've decided to do Marvel Zombicide, based on the Marvel Zombies franchise. So that makes me feel good about myself. Even though they have just released... The problem is with Come On this is that when they do the Kickstarter, I understand why they do it, because it gains interest each time, you know, but they always release their box sets like over a period of time. So you think, oh well, you know, I'll spend this much money, and then they bring out another box set. You think to yourself, oh god, I suppose now I've got the main box set, I need to do that. Especially for my particular thing, because I do my unboxing videos, it's always good for people to see you unbox a lot of stuff. I certainly can't afford the Galactus one. There's a massive Galactus model. They did it with a Cthulhu set. They had an actual massive Cthulhu. But I ended up not doing it at the end because I didn't have the money at the time. Struggling for money. Just got to get down here. I am quite conscious that all I'm doing at the moment is one colour, and of course because the colour's light, it's very hard to see the differences. I think you can actually there, you can just about see the difference in that corner part there, but actually, I'm just thinking about that, Borden. I don't know if you're telling me something, but I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying that my volume's too low? Do I have to then move my microphone even closer to my big fat gob? That's not a problem. There we go. Hopefully that'll help. You may be able to hear my snorts of contempt for Citadel Miniatures. Of course, that's now getting in the way of the bloody brush, isn't it? So. This man cannot get a break. Okay. Let's have a sip of wine. Now, when I start actually running out of this paint, I might just go to another paint, just try something a bit different, just for variety's sake, so to speak. Right. Let's get quite heavy under here. So yeah, guys, if you've got something to talk about, Death of Meatloaf. Whether or not you like Citadel miniatures or not. Because I think by now you can tell I don't. I'm not a fanboy. Used to be. And then I learnt the truth. Is they don't care about you and your fandom. They just want your money. And they will screw you over to get it. They are from Nottingham, so I suppose they've got Robin Hood tendencies in them, haven't they? I mean, the nice thing about these zombie miniatures is that if you do make some god-awful mistakes, you can easily just cover them in blood. Because that's just the way things go in these particular parts. Got myself an air bubble there. Need to pop that. Pop. Just change the way that I paint it. That'll make make a few subtle differences. Because you don't really want every model to be exactly the same. You do want a little bit of variety. And you also don't want to go bloody crazy as well. Okay. These fatties are quite a big challenge, to be fair. For large models, you kind of think that they'd be a little bit easier to paint with, but nope. Right, so what I will do now. Hi, Namak, via. I have no idea what you're saying, guys. VUR, FYI, for my information. Are you saying that my volume is really low? One, two, 1, 2. So let me have a listen to myself. 1, 2, 1, 2. So let me have a listen to myself. I seem okay. Volume seems alright. Right. I'm going to go with some leather brown. Vallejo. Or Vallejo. Good Spanish company. Just popping that on the old mixer. It's very soft brown leather, but let's take this guy. This one's quite a wet colour. It's not really, you know, some of them can be quite thick, so they can lay on fairly well. So this might need a couple of washes by the looks of it. I'm very curious about what this VU FYI is all about. Well, I know what the FYI means, but what the VA or VUR is. I don't know what it means, volume. That's interesting. I don't know if you can see that there, is where the undercoat isn't there. You can actually see kind of differences in quality on the paint there, which is a bit of a shame. As I said, it probably would need a couple of coats. Very yellowy brown, isn't it? This like a sandy brown. Seems to be going on like a wash, really, more than a paint, but. Yep, that's definitely going to need another coat. Well, I'm going to have to find out why this VU...
So at this point, I'm sure you guys are all aware that YouTube has a huge comment bot problem. And one of, if not the worst comment bot in YouTube history, I would say, was the vom.in.net comment bot. It took over YouTube in February, and the reason why I say it's the worst one because it's still around, not in the form of vom.in.net, because that comment actually kind of got banned off YouTube because I never see it anymore, but because it keeps mutating into other things. Dat.gen.
Ah, right, I've got bots. Right, well, I'll report those as spam then. I wonder why bots are on YouTube. I mean, I'd love to have conversations with people, but, you know, I actually like to have conversations with actual people. At least now I know. That's probably why it seems like they're not actually talking to me then. Because they ain't. They're the bots. Right, I think I'm going to have to give this colour another good shake. Maybe I'll have to get some of those some of those balls, metal balls that you put inside. No, where did I put that one? There he is. That's a little better actually. Okay. Never mind. Sorry, my brain was just going into Everdrive then, just thinking about things that really didn't matter. And it's one of the problems with depression, is it can go on little tangents. Usually, actually, it's quite strange because usually it goes quiet when I'm painting. I was quite curious that that one snuck in. I'm trying to work out what kind of wash I'm going to do over this this yellowy leather, because I want it to come out leathery, naturally, but I'm kind of wondering which wash would probably be better for it. Whether I go for a dark wash or a medium wash. I'm not going to go for the light tone, because that's just as pointless, really. Now, I was watching someone do some review of the new Army Painter Speed Paints Mega Box set, which I have already put my order in. My Christmas money went straight towards that, so I'm not expecting that till about March, I believe. It'd be nice if they actually thought I was good enough to actually send paints to, but hey, you know, it's a pleasure to use the stuff to be for me anyway. But and the guy said, I don't like Green Horde. And I was like, oh, take that back. But, you know, each their own.
When the smoke is rising, they'll feel excited.
Funny thing I like about Epidemic Sound is it's so Dutch. It's funny. And you can hear that distinctly Dutch accent sneak in with a lot of the songs. Pretty much anybody who's not native English speakers. I think I'm actually getting a bit quicker with my painting now. As long as I'm not getting careless. That's the important point. Ah, Dietrich, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. I've suddenly realised I've been getting bots, so I had to report and get rid of them. Apparently they seem to be cursing the old YouTube interwebs. And I'm painting the fatties from my Zombicide Black Plague set. Just kind of doing the leather shawls. Of some of the fatties. Yes, this is just a selection of music from Epidemic Sound. I have literally just paid them today for my next year's worth of using their royalty, you know, using their music royalty free sort of thing for all of my projects. So I thought today, well, if I'm paying for it, I may as well make sure that I use it. So that's the reason why I've got the strained techno going on right now. So I suppose you've heard that Meatloaf's died. Are you a big Meatloaf fan? Is this one of the things that hasn't quite fit, you know? I think with some people it's just a sad thing and, you know, get on with my life sort of thing. Famous people die all the time, I'm afraid. I think I'm just going to tear over that one just to... Well, I'm not personally affected by it, but, you know, I think I'm a bit sick and tired of famous people, to be fair. And preaching to me and living their lives in luxury, and somehow everything's my fault. Love me a Rail! How you doing, sir? Hang us up. As I was just saying to Dietrich, the tunes are courtesy of Epidemic Sound, who I've literally just paid today for the for my digital rights on it. So I decided that I was going to use them. There's no point paying all that money and not using them. There's some good stuff out there they've got there. It's just, I may have picked the wrong colour here, if I'm honest, for the base, but not a lot I can do about it now. Started. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Just making my way through life. Fortunately, I had my roleplay session, and one of the people in that roleplay session has said that they've tested positive for COVID. So there's a possibility that I'll have it shortly. Hopefully not. I'm kind of hoping I'm immune because I've managed to avoid it for the last 2 years. Well, that's what I think is avoiding it. And I just knocked my... Oh no, it's just my arm in the way. There we go. Right, where are we? And I was also saying, I don't know if you've heard, that Meatloaf has died, 74. Wasn't a massive Meatloaf fan. Got no issue with him. But then again, I'm one of those people that don't quite get it when everyone gets a bit upset about someone famous dying. I've got bigger things to worry about than somebody who probably wouldn't give them 2 shits about me ends up carking it. So you guys into miniatures or anything like that? You're not sitting on miniature collectors by chance, are you? Like your Space Marines? So I was doing Space Marines when everyone was doing Orcs, back when Games Workshop changed the whole system to make sure that Orcs would get the better advantages, just so they could sell more miniatures. Got a funny feeling I'm going to have to second coat a lot of this stuff, which isn't great. I'd have preferred to have got through it all. How many of these have got left? Oh, it looks like another 2 at least, and then I'll go around and give them a second coat. Now the paint's a little bit thicker anyway. It's okay to make mistakes here, just in case you were wondering why I've done that. Because when you're putting the base coat on, you can easily just repair it by putting more paint over the top of it. I'm not saying you should be slapdash, but at this stage, a lot of the mistakes can be repaired. You can always go back on some mistakes and stuff. What are you doing, Luke? Hold on, let me just see if I can scroll this up, because... Okay. I'm also wearing these glasses to help me. I used to be in GW... Yeah, it was decent entertaining, yeah. Used to be in GW 40k late 90s. Did you stay? No. They kept changing the rule. Yeah. That's pretty much how it was for me. Late 80s, early 90s. Train? No, there's nothing wrong with trains. Absolutely nothing wrong with trains at all. Good, good hobby if you can afford it. I think I had just one Hornby rail set. Now, Hornby over in the UK is like the big maker, so to speak. If you wanted your racing cars, it was Scale X Trick. And that would just end up being cars that you'd throw off the end of it. Oh man, this is really badly primed. You have to do a lot of work on this one, I think. Just grab some more paint for it. Wood set. Oh, there's another bot. Excuse me. I was wondering what all those little kind of like with. I thought they were telling me my volume wasn't great. I thought it was like some sort of YouTube code or something like that I wasn't understanding. Had a quick look up of it, found out it's just basically just bots. And I'm not sure what they get out of it as well, unless they're just trying to find people that are watching, maybe. So just find more people. I don't know if they're selling their information. I don't know what's going on with them. So I mean, if all they're doing is commenting on someone's stream, finding I'm having to put this on quite heavy, actually. Well, most people think. I mean, I must admit, for the first half hour of this stream, I was talking to someone who was obviously a bot. Well, now obviously a bot. It wasn't obvious at the time when I didn't know what was going on. And I spent half my time talking to them, or trying to engage in conversation with them, which is, well, yeah. You can imagine how silly I felt. I may have accidentally just popped some bone white into this, which is okay because it may have actually thickened it up a little. So today's tipple of choice is rosé wine, starter, followed by some Jura Scottish whiskey. I blame my brother-in-law for the whiskey. Not in the point that he made it. No. I'm talking more about the fact that he showed me how to drink whiskey properly. And so that is what I've been doing since. Yeah, it's just probably to mess with people, mate. I'm not... But hey, I'm not going to worry too much about what people are doing. Actually, that's coming on a lot thicker now. I guess it just hasn't been used that much or shaken up enough. I am desperately considering getting some metal balls put into paints to show them up. I mean, I've got my little shaker here. Yeah, this is actually starting to come on like a proper paint now. Now with these particular models, I think what they've done is the coat and the gloves tend to be a different colour, and this leather paunch it or whatever it is there is kind of like the normal coat. Yeah, it's looking alright. It's certainly going on better than it was when I first started, so a couple of shakes maybe, it, dislodged some of the particles. of course, with medieval miniatures, you're not really going to have a massive difference in colours. They didn't have like the synthetic colours that they had of today, so to speak. So that's why, like with these characters, purple would never be used, because it's a rich colour because of the cost that it would have made to make a purple pigment. So that's why regal colours were purple. So you learn something new every day when you're angry sazzle dazzle. Okay. As you can tell, look how different those have come on. That's the same paint, by the way. So one's gone more like a varnish. I think that was the last one, so we're just going to go back and go over at least the ones that need a bit of help. I'll be honest though, didn't actually mind. That kind of reminds me of what the speed paints might end up coming out as. Obviously now this has got a bit more brown in it. Might have to consider using the lighter tone for the shade. Right. I mean, it's an interesting effect, but it's not the one I was going for. I mean, it seems to have more of an effect like a contrast paint that like Citadel do. Not that I ever buy Citadel stuff, but I know of their contrast paints. Yeah. Absolutely. Well found it. It's been a while since I got back into this. But I think it's been like 5 years since the wife's allowed me to get the paints out again. The only reason she's allowed me to get the paints out is because it's kind of therapy for me and my depression. And content. It's going on now fairly well. I was actually quite surprised that it actually covered up a lot of the mistakes with the primer. Yeah, I mean, I use the Army Painter primer for the models, but I'm going to have to make sure that I prime a shed load more, because my old primer didn't do too well after a reshake and a restart. So I'm just going to have to make sure that I prime all my models, and then I can worry about painting them at a later stage. But I want to do the Zombicide miniatures that I got. I don't know if any of you have seen my unboxing videos, but I did a unboxing video of Channel My Inner Bob Ross. Yeah. I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm just going to bring that down there. Come on. And maybe move the... don't do that. Move that there. So I've got a better chance of reading what you say, because unfortunately the mobile phone I'm using. Now, here's another discussion point. The reason why I use my mobile phone, I use two cameras. Well, the good thing is that this camera can zoom in and out, you see. So that's why I use that. That's my Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra. I do a lot of my to face pieces when I'm doing my videos. I've just bought myself a Rode wireless Go mic, so I've now got a wireless Lavalier mic, because I was a bit peeved about some of the quality of my audio in my unboxing videos. So I've decided that I needed to fork out a shed load of money. Unfortunately, shed a load of money just in and out of my bank account like nobody's business. Of course, because I'm on disability benefit. Because don't know if you guys know, I'm agoraphobic, which means I can't really go out. I can do some things, but most of the time I can't. So it's and due to the pandemic, my job that I had, which was exceptionally understanding and allowed me to get away with the day-to-day life of having depression and agoraphobia and stuff, had to stop. So unfortunately, getting another job is nigh on impossible for me. So I either become YouTube famous and make my fortune, or I just sit here like a sad old man, painting miniatures a la Bob Ross, having my happy little accidents, and just having good conversation with good friends. Either way, hope you're having fun. As seems you guys are literally watching paint dry. Yeah, it ain't fun. It's not fun at all. It's also quite humiliating sometimes when you can't go anywhere without your mummy coming with you to escort you around. It's just a horrible embarrassment, horrible way to live your life, but not a lot one can do about it. Well, apparently there is a lot one can do about it, but Hasn't worked so far. Unfortunately, my depression, I suspect, is genetic. Because my granddad had it. My dad denies he has it, but he bloody well does. And of course, along with depression comes anxiety, and that anxiety is also part of an agoraphobic issue as well. So, yeah. Oh, that's okay, mate. There's no worries. Saves me sitting up all night and doing it without actually talking to anybody. So obviously the wife and daughter in bed. And they got things to do. Well, I don't know if they are going to have things to do in the morning, because obviously with the COVID, well, we've just been told that someone who's hanging with me doing my D&D's got COVID. So we're going to have to kind of hold off all our plans until we know for a fact that, you know, wait the 3 to 5 days to make sure that we don't test positive for COVID. But they do say this Omicron's not as bad as the Delta wave. And, you know, I have to consider myself quite lucky, because I don't think I've actually had it for the whole 2 years. So I feel, you know, sometimes your luck runs out, doesn't it? It may just be now that my luck's run out, but perhaps I've just waited for the weakest strain. Well, not the weakest strain, because this is the most virulent strain, isn't it? But it's not as hard on people. Also, the interesting thing is that I've been watching a doctor on YouTube as well, talking about COVID. And, you know, he's basically looking at all the data that's been through there, and he kind of translates it into English for you, which is really, really good, I find, and helps you stay informed. And he said apparently there's been a Freedom of Information Act in the UK. Now, I suppose in America you probably don't get that, because you American top brass do like to be very secretive about shit, don't they? But yeah, there's a Freedom of Information Act ask about how many people actually died of COVID without any other symptoms. And apparently it's a lot less than flu. So, unfortunately, a lot of people actually died from their complications through other illnesses and other things rather than COVID. I think COVID obviously wasn't there to be helpful, was it? But right, I think that's the leather done. Now I just want to have a quick look on the old Google box to help me determine what's wiping up the brush. Okay. Another thing I do like to do is get the brush nice and ready. So I've got two of the major miniatures. This one is the Abomination. So this is the big bad bastard that nobody wants to mess with. And this guy here, and I've really done a bad job of that, haven't I? And this guy is the Necromancer. This is the guy who's responsible for it all. I may have to give these guys at least a coating just to do that, so I might get my big brush. One thing I've learned is it's easy to judge a person and their problems, more difficult to understand to a person what they're going through. Unfortunately, most people take the easy way out. Once I've read the complications outside COVID, kill more than the actual yeah. It's really weird, isn't it? Obviously, COVID doesn't help, does it? But it's interesting that this COVID itself is not the mass killer that everybody makes it out to be. Now I'm going to use this big brush here, and I'm going to get my actual necrotic flesh here, because I need to get these miniatures going. So in case you're wondering what I'm doing. Right. So I'm just using a bigger brush here, loading this bad boy up, and just throwing this on here. Actually, this brush is really, really stiff. I may have to change it. Yeah, I'm going to change brush. Let's go with a flat brush. I think probably be better. Yeah, that's much nicer. I mean, I know it's cold outside and I was in a bit of a rush, but this is just silly. Shouldn't be this bad. One of those. I need a couple of coats by the looks of it. Let's put him down. Now I'm going to do something a little bit different with this guy. To be fair, I want to actually try and get some highlights on this character pre-change model. So what I might want to do is just dry brush some stuff on. I need some more paint here, I think. Let me just pop that. There we go. So yeah, this one's probably the enemy hero model, so to speak. I might take the opportunity now, seeing as I've got the Right. Just give more. It just seems to be underneath the bottom of these things, so. Just saves on problems later on, really. Got to be careful that I don't undo a lot of the work I've done on the other bits. Yeah, it doesn't want to sit on there, does it? I think what we'll do is we'll probably have a deeper look at it in a second. Just let the paint dry slightly. Let's have a look at another colour. Now I do have a list of colours somewhere. I think it's back here, isn't it? No. Yeah, so we're looking like orangey reds. Let's do some blues, shall we? I'll bring that down. Okay, so what we want to have a look at, let's use the wasted jeans from the Zombicide wall paint. Give that a bit of a shake first, just get the pigments going, and then we'll do a quick paint up of one of these guys. So we'll take this one that's fallen on the floor here. Be a bit more careful with the lines. And we're getting close to two colours, effectively. Hopefully you guys can see that. So yeah, when the basic colours go down, it's decent. Things only start getting excited when the washes go in. I think washing is I think my favourite part. ways we need to be careful. As you notice, I'm keeping my finger from getting wobbly by using my little finger on the edge of the miniature. Just gives me a lot more control. Just gently putting the paint on. Have I messed up here somewhere? Not quite sure where the cap part starts. Alright, so what I'm going to do now, just wash and dry the miniature out, and we'll just take off, wipe that up, dry it off. Just using water to if I dry the brush, should be able to suck up that water. It's a nice little tip for when you've really buggered up. Okay. We'll just Oops, I've got that on my finger there. Can't worry about that in a bit. So let me get this part done first. Can you see that? No, you can't. Okay. And this guy, we're just going to do his gloves blue. Actually, do you know what? I'm actually going to keep them all consistent. Let's forget about that. What we can do, for example, let's take this character here, and it seems we've got the blue here. May as well make her skirt blue. Right. The washing is not putting on the tie in the suit. Yeah, I suppose. But I can't stand ties. I think this for me is the worst part. I think just getting the basic colours off, because you've got to be a little bit more careful. Whereas when you're kind of like doing all the finer details, you're being careful anyway, but you're usually doing it over a smaller surface area. Whereas when you're doing like 15 or so models at a time, what I try to do to make it easy for myself is just select a colour and then select models and paint them. You know, paint that colour onto them. Which makes things a little bit easier, I think. But it's, you know, it's still a lot of models to paint. Can be a little bit on the tedious side. I ain't gonna lie to you. But you know, that's a me problem, I think. And sort of always a question of which you know, getting yourself motivated to do painting. It's all about that, which is why I've been trying to do this you know, every Friday night, just to make sure that I've got that certain amount of work done. I mean, the thing about streaming is it's not a chore for someone like me. Let's do this runner here. I think the wet palette is certainly watering this down a bit, so I may have to go over a few bits, which is fine. Sometimes putting several layers on is for the best. That is going on very wet, isn't it? No, I think the nice thing about Epidemic as well is you get a nice eclectic mix of songs, so you're not tied down to one particular style. But you know, if you've got a particular project that you need to do and you need a particular style of music, then you know, you know what I might do actually? I think I may, when I watered it down, I may have affected the pad itself, so I'm just going to do a bit more, just a bit further up here and out the way. Try my brush a little. Looks like that's indeed the case. You guys seen the miniatures okay? I'm not 100% sure if I've, you know, because I'm concentrating on the miniature, I'm not concentrating on the footage. So I'm not 100% sure if I'm showing you the whole miniature of nothing but the miniature, so to speak. KPK, how you doing, sir? I'm doing alright, mate. I'm just painting a few miniatures on a Friday. It's become a new thing. Chill out Fridays. And how's the server going, KPK? Good stuff, good stuff. As long as you can see it, that's fine. That's my Samsung Galaxy for you. Do love that machine. I believe it or not, when it's an interesting story. Well, I say it's an interesting anecdote, but you may not agree. Basically, we have something called personal independence thing, and just because I have disabilities, we end up having to do that. Now, here's the thing about socialism and social systems, is that you end up trying to prove over the odds that you are as bad as you say you are, and then you have to prove it at least 3 or 4 times when they say you know. So effectively I was denied several times, and it ended up having to go to court. And then as usual in these sort of things, is someone who's a little bit more neutral to the whole subject goes, hold on a second, this person is disabled, why are you withholding his stuff? He applied in this certain time, so therefore you shall pay him a large amount of money to compensate for the time from when he thing, and you've been denying him that money. So basically, the court basically told them that they're arseholes and they needed to pay, which is great for me. I mean, you know, awesome. But of course, you get it in one big massive lump sum. So once all the taxes and bills are paid, I had enough left over to buy myself a decent phone for my streaming and stuff. So that is the reason why I have one of those. It's the only time I could afford a decent phone, to be fair. And the only reason I went for it is because it was the only one at the time that had 8K on it. As soon as decent caching early, drunk in the reset, and people still black boxing, do a second reset since we find out. Okay. Oh, gotta love it when it black boxes you. Right, let's as I say, I'm just picking zombies at random. I think that's the one thing that people don't quite understand about servers, and I mean, unbeknownst to maybe quite a few people, KPK and I were both part of the testing team, the multiplayer testing team, and I mean, we've seen the server in well worse condition than that. I mean, they literally released it because it's very much an it'll do. It's something we can do for Christmas sort of thing. Give people something to talk about. And they limited it to 16 members at the time because they were confident that with 16 people you get fairly decent multiplayer event stuff. But they weren't so sure about 32 and the 64. That was a big fat no at the time. But yeah, it's a best fix sort of thing at the moment with that server. It's just there just so that people can play multiplayer. It's not anywhere near perfect. And I think the problem is because they managed to achieve such good results, everyone kind of is in the mistaken impression that that's it and it should be perfect each time, and it's not. It's a work in progress, and each one of these problems gets reported, and then improvements can be made. You're burnt out on the whole Samsung phone choice. How do you mean, mate? You mean as in like the fact they bring out a brand new one every year? I mean, to be fair, my they were in the middle of a test when the server shut down and said, "Oh, it's shut down because we've gone live with MP." All right, yeah. That was a yeah. And it was like, what? Yep, fuck it, we're going live, guys. It's like, okay, fair play. Did that. I'll give this another. This is still spreading like arse. Never mind. I can easily add another coat later down the line. Okay, so just slapping my little thing on the side there just to make sure that I've got control over the brush. Smash at these bits here. If you can't do it on the other model, you can see I'm just using it on my other finger there to give myself that little bit of extra control. Let's have a look at some of the... Okay. I decided not to do those. I was just going to do gloves, wasn't I? All the same colour. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. Now I think this is supposed to be like a jeans material. I don't know when denim was first made or first founded, but I think it's actually older, a lot older than people think it is. It's a lot older than I think it is. You think 1920s, don't you? So I think it might have actually been 18th century that denim was created as a fabric. And was it Levi's that made it, or are they just the ones that made them famous? That's a good question. Who invented denim? You went every year and nothing new on it other than minor tweaks. I may just forget the whole camera thing with the phone and go with the fold instead of a new phone. Well, I suppose, yeah. Fold. Yeah, I suppose. Back shortly, got to walk Maggie dog. Okie dokie. I can't take the opportunity to grab myself another glass of wine. Yeah, I think because this is denim, I think this paint is actually designed to go a little bit thin. I guess we'll see shortly when I finish these guys. Might use a different blue next time. That's actually not sitting right. There we go. Did I do this one? I think I might have, but there we go. So we're starting to get close to the colours. It looks like that wire's come around the side there. I shouldn't have done. Let's move that around there. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to take my glasses off for a second. So I want to have a quick look at right, I do want to have a look at the Abomination's colours, definitely. Quite the one. Images. There are different abominations in Black Plague, aren't there? I think I'm going to go with this one, which has... Right, so it's got a hangman's noose around its neck. Okay. So I want to get my modded clothes out. Came out quite sharp. Having said that, better put my glasses back on. This one's going on quite wet as well. It's interesting. To be fair, this molded clothes is actually a very good Zombicide paint style colour. Old Sazzy's eclectic mix of music here. Okay. Do you know what? I actually quite like this green. So what I'm going to do, I think, is I am going to do some... Might as well do his green. Why not? I think that is the back of his neck. Might be another double coater. Also wondering, well, I'm looking forward to my speed paints, I must admit. Looking forward to seeing what they'll do with some of the miniatures. Kind of wondering if I ought to wait till March, but use the speed paints with my new Zombicide set, or whether I'm going to look at doing something a bit different. Oh, I'm still looking at that, aren't I? I should be looking at that. No one said anything, that's good.
Would you come running if I called you and give me a helping hand? Would you come catch me if I fell down towards a bitter end? You wanna talk about it, you couldn't live without it. You know you had your chance, it's over. So just go on, I don't wanna care anymore. There's no more between you and me, so just go. There's nothing left of us. I wouldn't hold you against it if you were to leave my side.
So I will hold you against it. It's actually hold it against you. So foreign people sing in English, probably better than I could sing in their language, to be fair. So, you know. The nice thing they do is they actually do the thing, so I could actually sing over the song and actually correct their words and sell it back to them. I actually quite like this green. Yeah, there's my glasses against the microphone, just in case you're wondering.
So just go on. So just go on and leave. So just go on. So just go on and leave. So just go on. So just go on and leave. So just go on. I don't wanna care anymore.
What am I teaching?
Between you and me, so just go.
Right.
So just go on.
Maybe in the case where I've just actually been whinging on about something and I've completely forgotten what I was whittering on about. Actually, to be fair, there's not. I know me, and I know that I just witter on about crap, so yeah. I mean, I used to have this time where there was a, you know, where I used to worry about dead miking stuff, dead airing. But for some strange reason, I seem to have stopped doing that. I just seem to be just whittering on like nobody's business about stuff that really doesn't matter to anybody but nobody. Well, it doesn't even matter to me, if I'm honest. Can't get me to shut up nowadays. Might be my anxiety, who knows. Oh, that's a little bit too much. I wonder if I can spread that out though. It might have actually been to my advantage. You really like that green? Oh, right, yeah. Great, there's just in the back of here. Bit of an asshole thing to do, but I think there's one thing we've all established. I'm a bit of an asshole. Right. Let's do his... The nice thing I like about this is it's a bit of a washed out green, which kind of gives it a more lived in feel. Whereas there are a lot of the primary colours that you get with a lot of these sets, and what I'm going to have to end up using in a bit is tactics to dull everything down a bit. Of course, this has come out super watery, which I think is another instance of the paints being about 5 or 6 years old. only coming out since my wife let me play. It's kind of something when you have to tell your wife that miniature painting is your support dog. Because then she says, well, your daughter's going to want a dog sometime soon. And, yeah, but who's going to bloody walk it? Not the guy with agoraphobia, ain't? I'll tell you that now. Sometimes I have to remind my wife of her absurdity. I love her to bits, but she can be a bit absurd. Almost as absurd as me. I suppose that's probably why we got married. Just two absurd people. I think the only issue that's been so far is that it has really affected my everything, and I suppose the other thing is that you're not going to get that many people watching you on Twitch if you're not as regular. Whereas with YouTube, you always have the chance of someone coming across you. Trying to just reorganise myself here. There we go. Right. Hope you guys are enjoying looking at my crotch. Certainly makes me feel good knowing that you're watching me. Can you see that? So what we'll do now is once I finish this one, we'll go second coat. It might be working really well because we've got the kind of like the zombie shader, not shader, undead skin, zombie skin. Underneath it. So maybe that's why it's putting fairly nice tone out. Let's have a look at this bad boy again. Actually, I think it was better. I think it might be the fact that the wet palette's probably watering it down a lot more. To be fair, in some ways, it's just helping you find the natural highlights on the model. At least the edge tips. Of course, if I was any sort of professional, I'd have probably gone over this with a razor to get rid of some of the mould lines on here, but I'm not, so I haven't. And that makes me a terrible person. That's the thing I did said, Skin, is there really isn't an incorrect colour to use when painting it. Well, that's supposed to, yeah. You prefer YouTube over Twitch? Yeah, I'm certainly leaning that direction. I mean, it's a lot of hard work to get yourself up into a point where you're kind of like getting donations off people and, you know, getting your own club sorted sort of thing and subscriptions and stuff, but I mean, despite the fact that YouTube have kind of moved the goalposts on me a couple of times, I mean, my original user subscriber agreements changed and they've dropped it because I didn't reach a certain thing in a certain time. And they're just using these excuses to change the terms more favourably to them. But, you know, what can you do? But, you know, at least you can, you know, you don't have the restrictions that you have with Twitch. You pretty much, if you're you know an affiliate of Twitch, if you do anything on Twitch, then effectively the content belongs to them for 24 hours. You can't upload it to YouTube, for example, afterwards as part of the agreement you have. And my general point is well, is that because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I got money out of Twitch. That's not the issue. You know, every now and again I get a payment. I mean, it wasn't much. I think it's every $100 or so. You get, when you reach $100, it'll pay it out for you. But you kind of feel that with Twitch you're being given scraps and being told to make do with it, whilst people like Pokimane, I think that's the name, end up watching making millions watching MasterChef. It's like, well, fair enough. I understand that whilst I do have a pair of man boobs, I don't have boobs that virtual girlfriends, basically, isn't it? That's what they're selling. You too can watch MasterChef with your virtual girlfriend, Pokimane. As long as you pay her. Cool, isn't it? So she's kind of your escort, really. Virtual escort. Do you love me a bit of swing? on the electro swing that's kind of come out with it, which is this one. Okay. As we kind of need to go back to it anyway. See how all this stuff has kept going. It's kept alright actually. Yep, talking about dead air, and the fact I don't give it, there's some dead air from me. Just want to just concentrate on the. I think that actually was wrong, so I'll leave that there. Okay, I think we're doing all right now. Because I don't want to do anything directly white, because obviously in a medieval town nothing would be white. Don't think Tide was invented back then. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Well, should we concentrate on getting this, maybe this abomination done? What am I going for? Nearly 3 hours. Gonna have to go super fine detail. Oh, nearly forgot this bit. I've gone a little overboard there. We can certainly sort that out. That's not a problem. Okay, I think that's everything there. Well, let's see what we got here. Well, I'm going to go a little bit off. Let's go sunny yellow actually, let's do that. And what else do I need? I've got filthy soup. I've got filthy soup there, yeah. And I've got dirty spatter, yeah. Right, so I'll be using Babe Blonde and Sun Yellow. Oh, this needs a... See how well that comes out, shall we? No, that ain't good, is it? Oh, there we go, nice and thick actually. Right, we're going to go into one of my finer brushes. Yeah, Army Painter super fine. Right, here he is. Right, so we're just going to do all the fine detail of the noose that's around the character's neck. Just get all the side pieces done. Just getting the fine detail sorted, just making sure that everything is clearly represented. So yellow's gone on quite well actually. Is there anything else I think that might be able to take advantage of this yellow whilst I've got it? Yeah, well we'll just clean this brush off first. This guy here, might as well have a yellow base. Now the only reason I'm doing this is because I'm waiting for the paint to dry on the abomination, and then I can get on with doing what else needs doing on him. Now, there are some tips that I've been given in the past about how to take care of your brushes, and I don't know if you guys know about like matte hair clay. If you're one of these guys that either used to or still do put your hair up in using a wax or a clay to give you that extra oomph, so to speak. And apparently that's really good for keeping your brushes points on them. Next time I go to the shops, once this potential COVID scare's over, I'll certainly take a look for the stuff. I actually used to have some back when I had short hair. So it might still be with my parents, thinking about it. I started growing my hair long when I met Bruce, so let's give her a yellow dress, sunny yellow dress. Not worrying about the cords there, generally because the cord's going to be similar colour to the dress, but maybe just with a little bit of brown added to it. And the worst thing about it is you spend too long on these things, especially like the zombies, and they're literally just pawns used as a way to get in front of you. It's your character models that you really want to have a look at, and obviously bigger models like the Abomination and the Necromancer tend to be the other models that people take a bit more close attention to, pay a bit more close attention to, should I say. Not take. Never heard that technique. Yeah, well, if you think about it, the hairs on your brush are just hairs, and if you want to control them, you use a product like a hair product that can control hair. That's the logic behind it, I think. If you think about it logically. That a hair wax is going to deal with a hair brush, like a hair painting brush, the same way as it's going to deal with hair. It's going to keep it in the direction that you want it to go. I don't know, no, you can't see that, can you? So as you can see, I moved away from that detail brush simply because I don't really want to spend ages trying to cover something. Right, yeah, we'll do this guy. This yellow's gone on really well, so looks like it won't need a second coat. Need a little bit more though. 'Cause this one is an absolute rip-off of the Shepherd song, Hey Geronimo. So, hey, Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Can you feel my love? Can you feel my love? Hey, Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Can you feel my love? Bombs away, bombs away. Totally right, Anna. I'd have to play the two together, of course. So say Geronimo, say Geronimo. Right, I'm going to use dirt spatter. Has that camera moved or something? It's dirt spatter anyway. Oops. hair on there. I'm going to do something a little controversial. I hope you don't mind if you bear with me. But I'm going to actually paint the spines the same colour as this leather. But I suppose what the interesting part is that whilst the base tone is going to be the same, the highlights are going to be very much different. Okay. So I'm going to paint all these spines in there. So a lot of people paint it with the white colour first, right? Is where my thinking is. And usually the darker colours down at the bottom. Then why not just the dark colour first? And then slowly dry brush your way up to the colour that you want. Alright, let's have a quick look at the Okay. Just having a quick look. I'm probably going to do it a bit differently from that. So once we've got this part done, what we're going to end up doing is going over the skin tone, making sure that all the skin tone's okay. Especially now I suddenly realise I may have made a slight mistake Right, I think, if you can see here, this part here has ripped off that part there, so I think I'm going to have to do some more of the green on here. And I think that's not part of the t-shirt, interestingly enough. The interesting thing is I do think that that's part of the t-shirt. So I may have to just make sure that I detail it so that it does look like ripped t-shirt. So my next job, I think I may have to go a little bit thinner brush it. What I might do is I might actually grab some more of that. While it's fresh, which means that there's less chance we're going horribly watery on me. Okay, while I'm doing that, I'm just going to go a bit more detail with the brown, so make sure we got that. A little bit too close to completion to allow silly little mistakes to be made. We are finding our way up, so to speak. So okay, we were just alright, we're just going to wait for that to dry a little bit. So if I grab some more while that's drying on there, I'll get some more necrotic flesh. So now we're really getting down to the brass tacks here. Where we want flesh to be, and where we want material. The reason I'm doing it small brush so that I can make sure that I get in all the cracks and crevices. Now there isn't, I'm just concentrating on this one, is just I want to make sure that, you know, I've got something to show for the end of it. Let's get to the wash stage the same before I have to end the stream. Get some sleep. Find out if this bloody COVID's going to be a problem. Of course, I just undo that one time.
I just wanna hold you. I just wanna look into your eyes and tell you that I want you. You know you make me feel so alive. Can't stop thinking about you day and night. Love it when you kiss me, love it when we touch. Every time I'm down here, you make me smile. You're the solution. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. You are the solution. You are the solution. You are, you are, you
I just want to get rid of that one.
Why I feel like I can fly.
This is where things get a little bit tricky. Just got to find my way around this problem. Find the solution, so to speak. As the woman keeps harping on about all of a sudden. Right. Just getting all the nuts and
Just wanna look into your eyes. You know you make me feel like I'm alive.
let's turn that around slightly. You just got to be careful of is not putting your finger, your rest finger, on the paint in front of you. I can tell it's getting late because I'm actually getting a little less chatty. Nice bit of rock and or roll. Okay. There's a little bit of correction work to do here. Only a small bit of correction work, mind. Okay, well we're kind of there and thereabouts. What I'm going to do is the other thing that I like to do as well when it comes to like zombie eyes. Have you got any yellow left on here? That's a good question. See, whilst the yellow's in there now, what will happen is once the wash goes in, recesses will go quite dark.
Blame it on me. They just want a scapegoat.
Let's give them the teeth a go.
Try to fit in.
It'll all come out a little bit more when we're going. Right, so
The lie.
I'm nearly ready for washing, guys.
I just tried to be good. You got to break to get out of the woods. You got to find
Right, first things first.
speak until
Let's just give some of the
if you want the world you're dreaming of and find out what it's worth. They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. But you never seem to ever ask me why I cry. They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. But you never seem to ever greet me with a smile. No, next time.
just strengthen up some of the white.
I know it's just me. I'll find another savior. Feeling cold to the bone. You've got to fight to get out of the storm. I know. It's time. I just tried to be good. You've got to break to get out of the woods. You've got to find what you want in love. Speak until you heard. If you want the world you're dreaming of, and find out what it's worth. They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. But you never seem to
Right.
ever ask me why I cry. They tell me I look good.
Just want to get
They tell me I am fine. But you never seem to ever greet me with a smile. No, next time, love.
okay. Last bit of work to do is that little bit of green at the top that we had, because it was a little bit of a wet green.
They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. But they never seem to ever let me come inside. They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. I want you to show me love, show me life. They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. But you never seem to ever ask me why I cry. They tell me I look good. They tell me I am fine. But you never seem to ever greet me with a smile. No, next time, love.
That'll probably end up coming out in the highlight. So there, we've kind of got our. I think the other one final bit of the piece I can do, only because wash is going on. Let's change the brush. Let's get filthy suits. Let's give this a good shake up. Oh, there we go. That's just completely ruined everything, hasn't it? Cool patterning though. a bit weird. I have to paint it back to the same colour that it used to be when I first. Well, while I'm doing that, I may as well do some of the other bases as well, because I've spurted a whole load out. It's going to need to be used. To be fair, getting it done now is probably easier. Not having to worry about that. The boots on these things. Just doing it quite carefree, I think. And the reason is because the ground will look interesting. Different thicknesses of paint, different colours coming through. Hopefully look a little bit more like a dirty street. And we're finished. Not worrying too much, just slapping it on basically. Once the wash goes on, you'll start seeing a lot of difference, because we'll probably put a brown wash on the grey as well to add some like dirt and mud and stuff. I mean, these are just Zombicide miniatures. These are designed to be played with rather than to be displayed, so there's nothing like grass textures and stuff. I mean, I suppose you could go that way if that's your inclination, but it ain't mine. Actually, medieval characters do have a lot of greys on them as well, so I'll probably end up using this filthy suit for some of the outfits as well, the characters. I'll have a good long think about the gloves on the things, because it's kind of like a dark black, but it's kind of like a very dark grey rather than a black. So I'm going to have to have a look at what colours I'm going to do. I don't really want to end up having to mix colours, because that would mean especially in like large paints like this, you're going to end up having to get it right each time. Or, I mean, I suppose minor variations isn't too bad, but at the end of the day, you kind of want a certain amount of consistency. I don't think the wet pallet's even going to have any time to keep any of this stuff wet. It's going to be out and off on these miniatures before you know it. To be fair, I shouldn't be really too fussed about the edges, if I'm honest. Starting to get low on paint, so it's getting a bit watery now because the wet palette's now diluting the pigment because there's less there. So I think we'll leave that there, and hopefully we'll have time to do a wash. Okay, so my glass of wine. See what anyone said. Oh, Fields, Raymond, Voy, FYI. Yeah, that's another report. So, we want our zombie shader, which is this here. We probably may have put a bit too much in there, but hey, here we go. Are we ready? Alright, looks like that. Now the details slightly come out. So I need more shader. I don't follow that. Looks like that one of the trouser legs is actually a trouser leg. Just giving it a little bit more TLC. Probably going to end up having to do some different highlights on that one. Maybe like a yellow, or perhaps like a nice cream trouser. Okay, I'm going to have to do a little bit more on the bottom here. Right, is there any other place that I may have missed? Okay, so we'll just let that dry now. And here comes the fun bit of having to redo all the paint that you put over the top of it before we start getting those little highlights and stuff. Right. Another glass of wine. I think we're kind of done really for that one. The other thing we just want to have a look at as well is maybe just have a quick close look at the you know, have a quick plan of what we're going to do, because it looks like he's got some horns at least down there on the side. He's bald as anything. He's probably going to be a little bit less pallid as the zombies themselves, and I think I might, because he's a priest of some sort, I might actually use the purple on him, because he's going to be a man of high repute, so to speak. So I might make him wear purple. Now, does he have a head cap on, or is it just a bit of moulding? I think it's a bit of moulding. So yeah, it looks like he's got some sort of girdle on as well. There's going to be some metal going on here as well. Interesting to work on this character, I must admit. There's that skull in his hand. Is that a skull? I think it is, isn't it? This sun's just over the eye socket, isn't it? So that's another bony sort of thing that we're going to look at. Is he wearing armour? He's wearing armour, isn't he? So we've got some silver down the bottom here. Oh, that's going to be armour piece. Ah, okay. That's some interesting... it's going to be quite an interesting character to paint, I must admit. But I'll probably end up working on him next week. Get his basics sorted. And that'll be kind of like my start-off part. Still waiting for the... Oh yeah, this is my army painter thing. You can see that it's got a goes on there. I'm just wasting time because I'm just trying to. Focus. There you go. Maybe I can. Hold on. We're probably into super zoom now, so it's probably slightly. Yep, so what have you guys been up to so far? How's Zombicide for all you guys at Zombicide? Sorry, not Zombicide. Okay, so he's starting to. Ooh. Zoom him out a bit, shall we? So we're going to pop some of the white back on. And I'm going to do like a white wash on the white, yellow maybe, I'm not sure yet. But we just want to get the skin tone kind of back, apart from this side, which we're going to end up painting kind of like the same as the colour itself. But look at that mug. I do love the wash. It just makes the model pop really, and anything you work from there is just a bonus. I think. I mean, some people might just be happy with that as it is like that. You know, I can see a certain pallid happiness with that, but we're not going to end that way. We're going to look at all these guys. Of course, the fatties here. That leather is kind of still a little bit bright, but we can take that down actually by using it's actually a little bit better with that one perhaps. Don't particularly like shiny miniatures, but I do have some anti-shine lacquer to go over the top of it if needs be. We'll worry about the shine of it later, but yeah, looks like half his guts are spilling out here. As you can see, obviously with the runners and so forth, the blues already kind of got a jigging where it slightly gets lighter towards the edges, which will help a lot when it comes to doing highlighting and stuff. The yellow, let's see how the yellow's done. It's looks okay there. I can see it's a little bit patchy, especially around that leg there. But I'm sure a second coat will absolutely solve that problem. Is it the same with this guy? Yeah, kind of. Still waiting for it to dry. So I'm just filling in time, drinking wine, talking to you about stuff that really doesn't matter. At least I don't think it matters. So the other thing I need to do as well is just maybe add a few different more colours, darker, maybe a black. I've got a black wash. I mean, I've got the military shadow, which gives like a green wash. A mid-brown, which I can... mid-brown. With the quick shade washes. The thing about these washes, and most of these washes, they do give them a little thing, and soft tone, which was... actually, while we're doing that, why don't we have a quick experiment? Throw some soft tone down. And we'll pick this guy here. Let's see how soft tone works. With this brown, because then we can work out, once that's dried, if soft tone's okay to use with this brown, or whether it's going to be something else that we need to use, like a deeper, darker brown wash. Need some more soft tone here. Kind of wondering if a wet pad is actually good for things like washes, or whether it just absorbs it. Okay, so we'll leave the soft tone on there and see how that comes out. I'm starting to see already, I think it might need to be a little bit darker, but you know, that's a good thing about experimentation, is that you know, if things don't work, you can easily just restart, just repaint over, solve the problems and stuff. Alright, so what have we got? Got the brown, so let's take my superfine. Okay, I think kind of does me, to be fair. Looks like that brown is actually naturally highlighted, which is cool. just want to stay away from the feet because they're pulling, obviously because at the bottom gravity's pulling it most at the feet. What we will do. Suddenly realised. I want to make sure that highlight there I also want to start maybe painting this one in the white. I'll add a little bit of this leather to it. It's because it's a little bit too white for my tastes.
If you got the time, I'd like to stay a while. Do you remember what I said last time we met? Would you like to move a little closer now? I'd like to be as close to you as I can get.
What's up on there? It's a bit of a bugger. So all we've done is just added a little bit of that yellowy leather to the leg, just to make it slightly different. Okay, so let's carry on with that. Wasn't what I wanted. Let's see if I can.
Got the time, I like to stick around. I'll make some coffee, let's take a walk down to the sea. As the sun goes down,
Okay, gonna have
we
to.
light a fireplace, and we can stay as long as we want to, you and me. If I could stop the time, I surely would. In this moment, I really wish I could. I hope you're feeling the same way as I do. The feeling of just knowing that I love you. If you got the time, I like to be with you.
Oh, while I'm at it,
Forever in this state of happiness with you. Forever in this state of happiness with you. Little by little, piece by piece, I take back what's been stolen from me. Little by little, piece by piece, until I'm complete. I got my eyes on you, and you got no clue what I'm supposed to do. I can't help myself. Little by little, piece by piece,
right, we're just working our way forward.
stolen from me. Little by little, piece by piece, until I'm complete. No, you wouldn't take what's not yours. If you know who I am, when the night will fall, I'll haunt your dreams. Little by little, piece by piece, I take back what's been stolen from me. Little by little, piece by piece, until I'm complete. You'll never be over complete. You'll never be. You'll never be. Little by little, piece by piece, I take back what's been stolen from me. Little by little, piece by
Okay, just getting there slowly.
I'm complete. Piece by piece, I take back. Little by little, piece by piece, I take back. Little by little, piece by piece, I take back. Little by little, piece by piece.
All right, just gotta be very careful now.
You're calling, I'm falling. Don't know what it is you do to me. Yeah, where you go, I follow. Let's go out and dance the night away. Going like 1,
Right. Let's get the
Giving that kiss now. I just wanna hold you close to me. I really like you. Do you like me? Don't you wanna see what this could be? I am ready for that heartbreak. That's usually how it goes. I have done a billion mistakes before. Maybe I am going crazy. Say you feel the same now that we dancing. I'm taking my chances. I'm going like 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking at you when you're on the floor. 5, 6, 7, 8. Ready for that heartbreak? I'm going like 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking at you when you're on the floor.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8. Ready for that heartbreak? Yeah, yeah. Ooh, baby, I am ready for that heartbreak.
hopefully.
Yeah. Ooh, baby, I am ready for that heartbreak. 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 Where you go, I follow. Let's go out and dance the night away. I am ready for that heartbreak. That's usually how it goes. I have done a billion mistakes before. Maybe I am going crazy.
Just using that light brown just on that.
For that heartbreak.
Just put a bit of highlight on the brown. Oh, for God's sake. Right. Hopefully you can see that the bits and pieces are starting to come together. Maybe just putting a little bit of highlight. So I want to Maybe look at Babe Blonde now. Well, that's very, very weak. Try again. I'm just adding some of the yellow tints to it. And then maybe right at the top, just blend in a little bit of white. Okay. I might need to do those teeth again. Maybe put in a darker wash. Just put dark tone in. Only a very small amount. How's that looking? Right. All we have to do now is the highlights. And I think what I'm going to do today is I'm actually going to dry brush them. Actually, do you know what we haven't done? Just thought about it. I'll move this again. Okay, so that's kind of like the green highlights replaced. You may not see the difference, but there is a difference, trust me. So, and the last thing we want to do is do the dry brush. Now what we want to try and do is see where the light's going to become from the top. So we're going to try do it so that the dry brushed highlight is going to become from the top. So what I want to do is want to get some. Actually, I want to take this off the wet pad, don't I, for dry brushing. So I need. So let's just add again colour to it. Actually, no, don't even need to do that. You've got zombie skin here. Zombie skin. Mixed at all, has it? So. Let's pop that over the top of my pad. Right. With the dry brushing highlights, I'm pretty sure it's very subtle, and probably under this light you won't be able to see as well. It's now going to go This is quite a subtle
Tried to find some peace of mind, lost in time, and I was torn from you. We fell apart. You love somebody new, lost in your heart. Stay too long. Now you're gone. We fell apart.
Okay.
You love somebody new, lost in your
No, I need to just.
baby. I'd really like to see you if I could turn back.
Just need to be really, really careful here with these teeth.
I'd really like to know you if I could turn
When I say really careful, I'll just go and ruin it, shall I?
time. Lost in
Ah, look at that.
time.
Totally fucked it up, haven't I?
I was torn from you. We fell apart.
I didn't want to do. Completely done it.
Love somebody new, lost in your heart, baby. I'd really like to see
I need to put some more zombie shader in here, actually.
if I could turn back time. I'd really like to know you.
Just a little bit of zombie shader.
Could turn
See if I can save this.
time. If I could turn back time.
And while I'm waiting on that, I might as well mix some of that yellow that I've got there.
If I could
Some of the green.
back time.
Just do some highlights. Okay. So I don't know if that's really come out. I think I'm going to have to put a lot of blood on this one. There's another one, I suppose. I'm just going to do a real fine job here.
If I was a story to be told, and I would say it all. Oh, if I was a fire, a burning light, and I would break into the night. Come tell me how I'm wired. I know I'm about to be set on fire.
Right. First things first, let's do the dried blood. There's a thing we got here called crusted salt. It's kind of like a purple colour. There you go, crusted salt. So I just need to now start dirtying up the character a bit. what happens is it gets a nice little, almost like soaked in blood look. Okay. So now our zombie's looking a lot more potent, isn't he? Okay, you don't want to go overboard. Well, you can go overboard if you want to, but I'm not going to go overboard with this guy. So I'm just going to end up giving this guy a coat, and then we'll go for the glistening blood afterwards. So I think what I might do, if I've got some of that. And the doctor. Okay, so that just needs to dry off. My last bit of wine. I'm really sorry, Saz. I wanted to paint miniatures such a long time. I haven't got around to it yet. Looks awesome. Is someone do a live stream painting miniatures? Super cool. Good music and painting. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So yeah, what I tried to do today was, whilst I showed kind of like the basics, which is just getting the colour done, I thought the nicest thing to do is to be able to actually get a miniature finished. So that's my aim. I do have about 5 minutes left, but I will go over just to see there. So effectively what's happened is, let me just show you all the different pieces. So we start off with like a base colouring. The colour of the skin is with Army Painter. They do it, it's necrotic flesh, and they do that as a base coat in a spray can. So the miniatures were sprayed beforehand, not very well I might add, and then all the base colours are put on. I have done some bases as well, just to add some stuff. Then, actually I want to have a quick look at this guy, see how he turned out, if I can find him. Yeah, that's not so great. So effectively there's wash put over it, just put like the low lights in there. Then you put the colour back in again, and then start doing your highlights. And of course with Zombicide, you have blood all over the place. So we're just using glistening blood, which is a great, crusted saw, which is good for dried blood. And once I'm done with that, we're just going to, it's looking quite potent already. But what we're going to do is we're going to actually put some, once he's going to put a coat over him, which is going to be a matte coat, which will dull everything down. And then we're going to put the glistening blood over the top of it, which is kind of like a very it goes quite wet. It looks wet when it's dried. So you got not only dry blood on the character, you've got wet blood as well. So hopefully you'll see the difference. So now I think what we might do is just turn off one of my lights here, so that you can actually see from a lighting perspective. Do you know what? Actually, I think that light is better. Let's turn this light off. Where's that? Or maybe it wasn't. Okay. Welcome to the darkness is my house. We'll just have to go with that then. So yeah. So you see there's bits of white there, cloth, so forth. There's his outfit. And as you may notice, the spores now, because I went from dark to light rather than light to dark, you can see that you've got those bones kind of look quite white at the end of it. So I went kind of opposite way to how you'd normally do it. And of course a lot of this has the light is specking out a lot of the different details, but hopefully that will come out quite cool once we're ready to I think we're starting to dry, but just gotta be careful. Yeah. It's actually quite simple. It's the detail of the model is the way I find with painting is that you bring the details of the model out rather than worrying about what's going on with other people. Just bring the model out, and the better the model, sometimes the better the detail. So I'm actually quite pleased with that. So what I plan to do is, once I finish this, I'm going to go from... I did my unboxing of the Zombicide Season 2, or Episode 2, or Version 2. And I want to do a kind of like a paint video. Me painting all the individual models and so forth. So... So the nice thing about Zombicide miniatures as well is because they're usually filled with blood, if you make a mistake, you can just throw glistening blood all over it. Well, first things first, we need to get some anti-shine acrylic varnish, which is army paints. Now the paints I generally tend to use are Vallejo, Goblin Green needs work. And Army Painter. I don't tend to use Citadel paints at all. I do have some Citadel paints with me here, but I don't generally tend to use them because I find the Army Painter's stuff's pretty good and a lot cheaper. The Vallejo stuff is even cheaper than that. So price to cost, I think Vallejo are usually the best. I mean, a lot of people do swear by Citadel paints, and that's fine. I mean, to be fair, when I was younger, they were pretty much the only game in town, so you kind of had to go with them. Yeah, just add blood. Yep. Once we were done, I'm just wondering now, are we ready? Yeah, I think we're about ready now to get the and of course my wet palette down there, which keeps all my stuff wet. I just need to be just quite brash with this. What's the great thing about this particular varnish is it's anti-shine, so it takes out any of the shininess of the model itself, so it comes out quite matte, and I like that effect. And it also contrasts quite nicely when I put the glistening blood on. You'll see very shortly once this stuff is dried out. The nice thing about varnishing stuff, especially with acrylic varnish, you don't really have to stop at that point. You can continue on afterwards and it'll still accept the paint. Okay, so we'll... I have different qualities of brushes as well. I have some like ultra fine brushes, some synthetic. I've just bought some Copper Sable brushes, which are these here, as you may see, but I haven't used them yet. Not too sure about those tips though. Some of those tips are a little bit odd, but that's what you do when you buy cheap. I'll get a Winsor & Newton one of these days. And of course, there's also airbrushing as well, but I can't really do airbrushing here in my lounge. But there you go. Take those glasses off before I go blind. So how have you been, Rivers? How's your Zomboid shenanigans gone? Well, once it dries, you'll notice that it goes, all the shininess comes off it. So you should, and I say should, see a lot more of the detail under the light. So once it has gone, we'll see where it goes. It does dry fairly quickly, but obviously, as you can see, it's still shiny. Once it stops being shiny, then that's when we're ready to rock with the blood, and that'll be it for me. Been good stuff. I mean, this is great therapy for me. Good therapy for my depression and my anxiety and my... Won't help agoraphobia. Nothing helps agoraphobia, I'm afraid. A lot of people say that it's something that can be worked on, but nope. Oh, sorry to hear that, mate. To be fair, I haven't really had that much time to play it myself. I haven't neglected the server. Obviously I've been, drunk server still there when drunks need somebody else there. Oh, hello. Speaking of drunk, what's he saying? Okay. I have my instructions. Okay. I shall remove that. Actually, Drunks asked me to sort something out on the server, so I'm just going to sort that out now while we're waiting. see. 7 on. Right, even the person who asked me to put it on wants it off. I need to tell everyone. Graceful restart. Right.
It's such a good ride. While we call life, it can't be real. Yeah, we keep on dancing to the beat, and we keep on moving our feet.
Right. How are we doing with the model? We're certainly getting drier, but as you can see, we've still got a little bit of shininess. But as you can see, some of the detail is now starting to pop because the stuff's drying, and therefore the highlights are starting to not be whited out by the I'm just wondering, can you see some of the changes there? Because there are. We're getting there. We're still drying out. So, what kind of miniatures are you wanting to paint? Are you kind of like doing like board games, like I do? Like, I mean, Zombicide's like a board game. They're actually bringing out a Marvel zombie board game. Of course, I've backed it like a fool. And or are you your classic Warhammer sort of stuff? I'm having a blast watching you guys playing PC. Yeah, I did start playing Final Fantasy 2 for SNES. Oh, cool. Final Fantasy 2, yeah. Good game. Good game. Kind of hoping that you can kind of see this subtleness in the arm there, and that's where the crusty blood goes, because that leaves a nice looking of like blood that's kind of dried. And once we've got the fresh blood on there, we'll be going. But obviously, it's going to take time in the places where it's pooling. You see, it's pooling there, and it's pooling in the recesses, basically. That's interesting. That is actually blood on the back of there, but it actually looks like I've just really badly painted it. That's really weird. This is a little bit of sheeny shine on it, which means it hasn't quite dried yet, so that might have something to do with it. Once that shine is gone, that's when we start giving the 1-2. so to speak. Yeah, that's where the wash comes in. The wash is always good. Back in the olden days, we used to call it inking. But yeah, the wash comes in, it drops in there. It kind of works its way into the lower parts and settles there, and so forth. Army Paints are bringing out some new stuff called speed paints, which apparently offer a serious amount of colour adjustment from a white painted model. And there's a guy who does something. He's a British guy as well. He's called Watch It Paint It. He's been lucky enough to get the set for free from Army Painter. And some of the experiments he's done are really interesting. It's really good to have a look at, actually. So if you wanted to watch it, paint it, it's always a good guy to have a look at. He's got a really wicked sense of humour as well. So yeah, he entertains me. What a cool rocks. Okay. Right, so we are literally on a stream watching paint stroke really lacquer dry. See on that arm there, it's actually dried. So obviously the flatter surfaces have dried quite easily. I think it's just the internal parts now. Kind of wish that I could use my hairdryer, but I can't, because that'll wake up everybody in the house, and my life's not worth that sort of hassle. I mean, literally, that is what we're doing right now. We are literally watching paint dry on YouTube. The one thing I do want to do, the yellow's a little bit outward for everything, so I'm definitely going to throw some blood on top of that, just to dull it back a bit. I don't know. It's all on you, sir. All on you. Hopefully the music helps. Interesting, no one's actually on Okay, that's quite cool. I'm just looking at other examples. I never got to use combat fatigues on there, did I? Never mind. You can play your RetroPie game device. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I did some of that. I've got the Raspberry Pi that has the keyboard, and I pretty much loaded every single Amiga game because I love my Amiga. I mean, if you look at some of my old stuff, then you'll see that I did a lot of things. I was working actually on, believe it or not, I was working on making like a case for it using a 3D printer, but didn't quite get there. Did the top part. I think it's the bottom part that I was having trouble with. Yeah. One of the things I'd like to do is I'd like to make an arcade cabinet that would work quite well. But obviously I'd have to get the MDF and I'd have to find the right sort of stuff to make. Come on, you can try now, can't you? I think you can actually start now to start seeing that there's a little bit more variation in colour on it, because the lacquer is starting to dry. So as you can see, there's a lot of smoother sort of stuff. Right, only because I want to go to bed. My wife is probably cursing the day that I was ever born right now. Right, so where's my glasses? Now, the only reason I use glasses is to actually see real close. I'm just going to change the music around. And pretty much there you go. The glistening blood is all on. There you have it. And that'll pretty much dry the same way that it was. So okay. So yeah, this is our Zombicide Abomination. All done. Alright, so if you just happen to be watching this at a later date, just want to say thank you very much for watching. If you like what you like, press the like button. If you dislike what you dislike, press the dislike button. But please pop something down in the comment section to let me know how I can improve my content for you. If you like what you see, why not press that subscribe button? If you super duper like it, why not press that bell icon so you get updated every time I upload new content to YouTube. All it remains for me to say is thanks for watching. I hope to see you soon, guys. Take care. Bye bye. Take care, Rivers. Thanks for hanging.